Good morning, good day. Namaskar, Assalamu alaikum. On this day, February 11th, 2021, Wednesday, is speaking myself in Surah Singh from country Bharat, India, pertinent professional engineering and public. Pertinent professional engineering and people in engineering or professionals. Pertinent generality of engineering and its requirement in life, and in particular civil engineering field. Title being Civil Field Engineering, Designs, Construction, Methods, Contracts, EPC, FIDIC organizations, Communication, Coordination, Quantity, Quality, why we be behind quality of concrete, standard materials, and this is talk maybe 261, probably. Sequence number is not sure. Well, no problem, it happens. In life, so much happens, and turnkey projects, and of course, civil engineering and certification. Well, definition of civil engineering has been given to you many times and still it continues because there is no perfect definition if you define civil engineering, and if you define engineering also there is no perfect definition because all comes from nature, and we understand that nature is very much involved in engineering and whole life structure of on earth. But engineering is ab initio because it comes number one. If something now comes number one on earth in terms of profession or personal knowledge, it is nature, and nature gives us everything which we require for whatever. Logistical, scientific, and in I understand what nature is and what our artificiality mundane word is. Nature is our absolute support. We cannot deny that fact. Yes, we forget for some time. When we dip ourselves in a world of wealth on this earth, we forget at that time that there is some entity, some superpower working. We say yes, it is working, but we don't think of that. We don't analyze what it is. Perfectly speaking, we do not care for that. But that power cares for each and everyone all time without fail, because that power says that it's our master and we are all belongings to that power. Because we are belongings to that power, it's of course that power's outlook to have complete responsibility of its entities, its children like us, and it takes that responsibility. So I'm just making some scientific logical statement that God, or whatever you call it, I call it nature or superpower, it takes our responsibility in all respects, from birth to death, and then of this earth which never dies, which never goes away. This permanent planet, a part of solar system, has been there, and solar system has been there for time. Since I don't know which time it says, means we do not know when this was constructed, and this construction was based on what. Nobody knows that. There are so many theories, but I don't believe in those. But we have to think of, otherwise, by spiritual power, you know how it could be. I boast about civil engineering, I boast about engineering, and everybody does it, but we do not understand how this engineering of nature has been done, how solar system was installed, and how many other solar systems are there in nature, and what is universe and what's the meaning of universe and how it is working. We just say, we just observe and say we know it. That's only observation based knowledge. What facts remain there, nobody knows. We have to be very creative in our understanding. We are not creative, we are only hypothetical, we are only imaginary, and that we think is all right. Well, I understand nature. I only imagine sometime by surprising more how it could be installed and constructed before installation. Such a vast dynamic planet from sun to earth means sun, for example, is 1.3 million in diameter, kilometer in diameter, 1.313 lakhs, you can say 1.3 million kilometer in diameter, whereas earth is about 12,500 kilometer in diameter. What a vast difference because 12,500 and 12,000, so it's about 12,000, and that is lakhs, so 100 times you can say. You can say 111. If you place 111 equivalent earth in sequence abutting each other, you will get diameter of sun. So what a vast diameter of sun is, and how it could be thought of, and how it could be created with such low density, and what a control around it by all other planet, and all are working full time, means they never stop working. We take rest being human, say we are tired, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours working, oh I am tired, I want some rest pause, and we so weak. In that case, all planets work without having any rest. Now these are materials, or these are materials plus soul, I can't answer. I consider material plus soul because only material can't work, because the soul relates to superpower. So I think that kind of package engineering is something to be called very brilliant engineering, because that system which is existing is extraordinary, outstandingly remarkable, because it's no planet is having any foundation, no planet is having any base. Planets themselves are base, and they themselves are operators, they themselves are equipment, a machine, they themselves are designed. So it's something to consider. We want to make something here on earth, a small structure we want to make, we need foundation design of that, on the very superstition, so much thoughts given that. So much thoughts given that's considered there, that this will happen and this will happen, this force is coming and this reaction is coming, and there's earthquake and there is seismic force and there's fire and this and that. We consider a lot while doing a small building, but this whole planetary structure in the solar system with various sizes and various orbital speeds and perpetual speeds indicates something, and what is that indication? We have to contemplate on that. If you contemplate on that's a part of thinking, and of course part of engineering as well, because that is God engineer's job. It is engineering on earth, or it's engineering on other planets, engineering in the universe, in the solar system. Engineering is engineering, mind is applied everywhere. We should not be having very pride, I have mind because I'm an engineer, I have mind because God has given me mind. So what mind God must be having? There's a big question mark. Nobody can measure, they even imagine if God can create 13 lakhs, or you can say 1.3 billion kilometer diameter sun object, means what mind one must be having. All planets are existing in nature, and what material they have, from where they might arrive, where this material is stored, where else of God. All these points, all these in a prefabricated shop or prefabricated yard in that domain of God. How that's working, means what size that is. These units are fabricated one time and placed by transportation onto locations. You can't answer these questions. Nobody has answered this question. That's a very important part, because this is existing. We know it. We have seen this, proven this exists. So, very brilliant question. What sort of engineering is that? Can't you imagine that? What sort of engineering is that after all? Which engineering branch is that? I can't answer, but it is. It is that no foundation of any planet, no road for a planet. These are moving, and these are moving in both perpetual rotation as well as orbital rotation, and they are moving without any failure and with high speeds. And I calculate Earth moves at the speed of 1.25 lakh kilometer per hour. You can say 125,000 kilometer per hour. It moves around Sun, which is the orbital rotation. While you can, this is you can say conservative calculation. Not exactly. I'm not an astronomer. It's not exactly, but it's just say that with this speed, it might be having that speed. And on perpetual rotation speed, I think if you divide that, you'll find on 1600 to 1800 kilometer per hour. My statement says something else. Is how it is. Is it so easy? Can we imagine? Or it's beyond our imagination? Our imagination is based only to Earth? Oh no, that's not right. The imagination doesn't limit on Earth. Earth is just a very small object. We come with solar system objects. It's very small. Earth is very small because of course it is useful for us. We understand that, but it's not that powerful alone without input of solar system. No, my talk is not about solar system. I'm just trying to go to ground zero or even negative world or where how could this universe be built up? I can't answer this. I know I can't answer this, but imagination. This is imagination, and imagination works like that. Imagination works like that. Hypothetical world works like that. Means when I'm projecting to you turnkey project means what does turnkey mean? So what is universe? How it would be visualized and from this calculations arrived that time where it come from? Because nothing can be done without calculations. Even to something on earth, we need some calculations, some formulas, some methods, some procedures. Who derived those, who designed those, and about whole. Let's consider the whole universe as a project. Let's consider as a project. Can we imagine of that being a project? Suppose we say it's a project. We'll design it, we'll manufacture it, and install it. Can we do like that? It's very big point. Suppose we are big booster of scientists and engineers. Say this data. My all question is very simple. My contemplation is very simple. Okay, this is solar system. Forget it. I want to make one Earth type object. Not exactly same size, but just models. I make models for 1 kilometer diameter. 1 kilometer diameter model can I make in Earth symmetry? Can we make that? And this point means I want to make a ball of 1 kilometer, solid ball. Can you make it? Well, I think it's miraculous. Work is not possible. So if it's not possible not to just make 1 kilometer diameter sphere, solid sphere, how how can we how can we analyze about whole solar system, which having 9 bodies and all having different sizes, different movements, but not flying on any foundation, just in space only. How does it happen? How did it happen? And how could it be done that time? So, my contemplation pulls me back to that time when it was done. I don't know time, but I can visualize how it might be and where is that much stored. Yes, if you compare size of, or you can say if you compare quantity of volume of sky, these planets may be very small percentages. If you take into consideration whole volume of sky or whole Brahmand or universes, you can say, if we count that, I think it will be out of out of counting. Only this will come in powers and powers and powers and powers like that. And those powers is not easy to measure or to monitor. So why I'm telling all this? Because I want to know real definition of engineering. My definition all relative, comparative, example oriented, or what is being done oriented, not original. Word itself tell the person who's intelligent application or intelligent applications amount to engineering. But these are all part definitions. No definition is like turnkey. No definition is like that. Means it's a pure form of what is that? This point here. So what I should understand with that this really point means why I can't know that. That's my weakness, or I don't know. It's not alone EPC, it's included, it's including with this term construction also. And universe was created, also a part of construction. So if you consider super engineering, definition would be altogether different as consider on earth, because our engineering on earth, I think, is very limited. We call it widest field of engineering, but its branches may be many more, but it is limited to earth. It's not the dimensions, and we are dependent here on ground or ground power, structural strata power of ground. We are dependent on that in engineering and also in all other branches of engineering, because we take everything, we take every material, every backup from this earth lithosphere, and we use that in construction and designs and turnkey and everywhere. So point comes in here, it's very reliable point, because how to define something absolutely originally rather than relatively. Whatever we define in sciences or in engineering, we call it relative terms. If you say, for example, meter, dimension is a meter. What is that? That is also a relative term to some standard we fixed. So we cannot say this is absolute or original. You take whatever example, you will say this is relative. Body temperature should be 98 point something. What is that? That also is relative. We take densities of materials and say it's relative to some other material. Likewise, so we are not living original life. Even you are educated relatively, not originally. That's what. But mind works. Mind is used, of course, relatively, but it is used so that it when whole universe might have worked. And before creation of these orbits, before installation, this must have been constructed, and before construction must have been designed, and before being designed must have been based on some analytical formula or some scientific formula. At that time may not be knowing science but knowledge, because knowledge is higher than science, and knowledge means light, means illumination, light, and that's what we understand. Knowledge is very much perfect. It's based on analysis, it's based on reality, it's based on functions, and it speaks for itself. That's knowledge. It's not simply certification, it's not simply degrees, it's not simply book reading. No, it's completely mind application. Purpose of education is not exactly what we think. Purpose of education is to develop mind. And we can say, this is my education, this is my classification, this is my qualification, this is my limit. So because we are having limited qualification. But if God designed all these planets, God designed the solar system, God might have designed thousands or billions of, how I don't know how exactly, all these sky structures, stars, and other solar systems, and maybe possibly so much others, which we do not know. We are limited people. And so how could that be done without mathematics, without scientific formula, without engineering formula? This means before this universe came into being, there must have been a lot of work done behind that, which we call today, we do designs and engineering. So that might be design of that engineering. So that period of scientific development or mathematical development or formula development, something might have long period. So that's where you can say that engineering is so, which we consider our engineering today. Our analysis in structures, theory of structures, can say design of structures, different materials. That engineering is original. because that time there was nothing. That might be engineering, so that engineering is really wonderful, must have been wonderful, which we can't say what for, but everything mathematical development took place, might have taken many centuries, or era, you can say, yuga. And so we have to go to that point in our contemplation. It might be there. And where might be then, how could this material be stored? You may say by energy, but that's only saying. Nobody can. We have energy today. Can we produce? Suppose we have electrical energies today. We have other energies today, mechanical energies today, or some other energy we have. Can we produce some earth? If we say no, this is all material energy. Okay, let this energy be converted to earth. It can't be. That's why it's a kind of big secret which we do not know. For us it is secret, but for that power it's no secret. It might be constructed before that designed, before that innovated. So it's that's really different. So I can say engineering is that one is real. What I'm defining is not real. It's assumption based. It is consideration based, and that's where to be very careful about. So we should say this engineering which you are doing on earth is not real engineering. This is only time-based engineering. This is only knowledge, little knowledge-based engineering, not exactly thorough knowledge. This is very much a little knowledge you're having. So definition of engineering is quite different. This is whatever I define very limited domain, very limited time, which I understand is right, because definition of something must be known before knowing that activity, knowing that object. And if I can't define engineering in which people speaking is something else, you can tell something by demonstration, but how could that demonstration work? How could demonstration origin that point values? So you must be confused now which definition I'm talking. I'm talking mind. If I say think, do, and deliver, that definition is right, but that definition is ordinary definition. When material is available, when knowledge is available, when you are capable to think, so that is subject to availability of, you can say, thinking, of material which you do, and is develop and you can say deliver. So we are based on nature. Again I say, stressfully I say, we are based on nature, and nature gives us, first of all, nature gives us this body in which I am living. I'm talking to you, I'm using this equipment body, though I should not say equipment, but in fact it's God's equipment. God is talking using this equipment, or when you talk using your equipment. So you can say equipment. For God we are equipment. Just like we say, okay, this is casing and this is I'm a body, living body, because I have soul in this, and that's called living body. For God it's nothing, That's also true. God gave us this body as its own belonging, and when we are on earth, we have to stay in this body and do work. Whatever work we do, small work we have been given, for a few decades you have to live, maybe 10 decades, 9 decades, 8 decades, and I don't know how many, but we thrive from baby to old guy within range of our aging, and we can say then we have to depart because our machine is not capable to work anymore, and that's what is a. So that's what sort of engineering is also engineering product. Everybody is God's engineering product, because we cannot even understand how this might have been constructed within complete dark environment, within complete hidden concealed environment, which we have to be very careful about. Think, and think and do, and then turnkey must tell something that it's not single-handed; it has many hands. Turnkey means extensive hands, where every sub-disciplines and every disciplines are taken care of. So I'm just trying to explain about definition of engineering, because I have not studied any definition anywhere till now, Every writer writes about its own, and I too think that way. I am civil engineer means I am considered with people's requirements, and that's only in saying. I can't do that. It's not in my domain, but just to be please yourself, just to tell people I can explain this and that. For that purpose, I'm trying to tell actually I don't know what is real engineering, because we have, of course, relative engineering. We have all materials, we have all formula etc. done to whatever smallest scale, but it's ongoing. And people define engineering or education define engineering, and what God defines engineering, both are different, because human cannot match God work. So, my dear friends, my purpose is not to bore you by defining engineering term. You know very well what is engineering term, and no need explaining that, but just contemplating around its contents. You evolve yourself without reference to some written book or something else. You can, if you are really mind mover, not a duffer mind, you are excellently rich in mind. You can think of each and every word I am speaking, and that's why I say, for me, engineering is sleeping, because we do not value it. We do not value that, and therefore we can't understand that if you don't value. Fortunately, I've been out of job for a couple of years because of so many reasons, and now I just try to give you my very small background knowledge, and this may be helpful, and we should be having pride if we have something special. And so my issue comes back to title now, because there is no limit. We can keep defining engineering in many talks, and every day I think some idea comes to mind, and we do something when it comes to mind. It's it's projects I'm talking, it's construction I'm talking, it's certification I'm talking, it's projects I'm talking. These are my, ultimately construction is, end product. Construction is end product, which you have to be clear about. When we say construction, this means physical delivery of was thought of, contemplated, whatever was originally built in mind. And engineering says you built in ground. First building is mind, building anything. Your mind builds anything without giving any diagram of, or you can say plot or plan or bar, and we keep on thinking and thinking and thinking and changing and changing and changing, so that thinking keeps on working, keeps on fitting in this, in whatever sphere we have in our mind. When construction is end product for permanent use, this means construction is very significant part. Because I'm saying this because people run away from that, but they forget that construction is real answer of engineering. Not only civil, everywhere. Construction, where construction goes, you can say you have to take care of everything. And construction accumulates to EPC or turnkey projects. We call it engineering procurement and construction. And these are two basics in construction. Two basics, one, and this turnkey, or you can say EPC, is used for bigger vast projects. whereas construction is for general projects where EPC is not. It's not necessary that should be allowed. Not allowed means it's a way of managing, whereas organizing, how to organize, it's all human made. Nothing is very specific, but we have to understand that. If you want something to be done, you have ways. Everybody has ways to do something. Because we are limited in knowledge, we are limited in imagination, contemplation. Everybody cannot imagine really. It's habit, it's your property, it's your power. You can imagine. And that power is welcome. Because imagination too is not, it's not for everybody. Power of imagination or power of mental creation, contemplation doesn't belong to everyone. Everybody cannot own it. In our life on earth, or you can say mundane life, people are more interested, I think generally whole public of world, except 1% or half percent people who believe in intellectualism, who believe in something new, innovative ideas. For them, this, you may say, these types of talks do well. But those who say no, we have to move with world, we have to move with society, we have to move how people are living, we want to use that normal life. Why stop there, think what is normal life? If you think just live, sleep, have kids, and then bring them up and allow yourself to dedicate to them for whole life, that is something different. Earth on which lithosphere on which heavy, we say we have to develop everything. We have to develop, and development needs certain resources which are available. In fact, we cannot say those are not available. We have vast resources of materials hidden in, concealed in ground, and this material, you can say, is really very significant. Without availability of this material within earth, and without extraction of that material and making use of those materials, we cannot do construction. It is natural minerals, or otherwise it is artificial products like bricks, block, steel, or all other minor level materials. Nobody can straight away know where secrets are available and what are those. Secrecy is for us, not for God. God doesn't request you to be serious. It cannot request you to be surfing. Alright. Now our talk is not imaginary alone. Our talk is practically based. It's according to necessity based how it works. We have to define something. Okay, engineering we cannot absolutely define, that's okay. But we have to understand what I'm talking about. We have to understand context. Without context, practically nothing can be done. Though it's unnecessary that we have to. But let people enjoy. They cannot sit home all the time. It's not possible. So they enjoy something, let them enjoy. Now is yesterday talking of definitions, and let us think of that in more clear terms. It's very much clear from this noting, which noting is here. It says, let us see word by word what it says. Conditions of contract for EPC or turnkey projects are not suitable for use in following circumstances. What are those circumstances? That point we have to clearly understand. These conditions of contract for EPC turnkey projects are not suitable for use in following circumstances, and that is, if there is insufficient time, let us say insufficient time, we don't have sufficient time, let us say, if there is insufficient time, it says, or information for tenders to scrutinize and check employers' requirements, or for them to carry out their designs, risk assessment, studies and estimating. What does this line state? Insufficient time means we don't have time for complete calculation or working after bid. This is one part. So EPC doesn't apply onto that. Insufficient time. This indicates that there is a lot of work to be done on the EPC bid, and because time is not available, and or you can say information, insufficient information. Information of what? Information of site, information of history. So whatever information is needed for purpose of EPC or turnkey project, that's not available. And information means to investigate also, and also check employers' requirements, and we have to know what employers actually require, and that is also not very easy, because employers sometimes itself is not sure. And for them to carry out their designs, EPC means designs included, so design takes a lot of time. So they are like this: risk assessment, studies and estimating. So this first line says, again I read, if there is insufficient time. If there is insufficient time, or information for tenders to scrutinize and check employers' requirement, for them to carry out their designs, risk assessment, studies and estimation. The next line is, if construction involves substantial work. If construction involves substantial work, underground or work in other areas which tenders cannot inspect unless special provisions are provided. Special provisions are provided to account for unforeseen conditions. So if you cannot have access to that area where project refers to, it's very impossible for someone to get that account. So my definition is telling something else, and what it says, if construction involves substantial work underground or work in other areas which tenders cannot inspect unless special provisions are provided to account for unforeseen conditions. Then, if employer intends to supervise closely, if entire assumes to closely, or you can say there could be something we can say in totality without referring to this definition. We have to include in our budget everything. That is one thing. It's very, very important. One, we have to understand all this. And all this, we waste our time. Actually, EPC projects are very important for mega requirement. EPC cannot be done, though we call them EPC and assume this. We we include everything in contract in one definition, that is EPC. EPC in which you have to design your requirement only current data, actual data that is used must be available, because we did not trust contracting and yes is in trust. We can say something is very dramatical that happens. EPC turnkey means you have given responsibility to one. Now, what is EPC after all? Engineering, product, procurement and construction. How do you know we have to consider this project? You can see on the screen something written, and you can see further down. It says for design and build, yellow conditions for plant and design be used in our circumstances, and greater details and clarity, we have to provide greater details and clarity on requirements for notices and other communications. Provision to address employers and contractors claim treated equally, and second from available business. Alright, then we say turnkey projects, pack projects include conditions which are likely to apply to majority of cases, majority of his contracts. Essential items of information, all elements. uh, This is greater details and clarity on requirement for notices and other communications, provisions to address employees and conditions, claim treated quality equally and respect spread separate from disputes. And you can say mechanisms for disease avoidance and detailed provisions for quality management and verification of contractual compliance. These conditions of contract for EPC turnkey projects includes conditions which are likely to apply to majority of such cases, such contracts. Essential items of information which are particular to each individual contract are to be included in particular conditions, that is Part A contract data. In addition, it is recognized that many employers, especially governmental agencies, may require special conditions of contract or particular procedures which differ from those included in general conditions. They should be included in Part B special provisions. It should be noted that general conditions and particular conditions, that is Part A, and contract data is called Part B special provisions, are all part of conditions of contract. To assist employers in preparing tender documents and in drafting particular conditions of contract for special contracts or specific contracts, this publication includes notes on preparation of tender documents and notes on preparation of special provisions, which provide important advice to drafters of contract documents. In particular, employers' requirements and special provisions in requirements and special provisions in drafting special provisions, if clauses in general conditions are to be replaced or supplemented, and before incorporating example wording, employers are urged to seek legal and engineering advice in employers are asked to seek legal and engineering advice. This publication begins with a series of comprehensive flow charts which typically show in visual form sequences of activities when characterize FIDIC EPC turnkey form of contract. Charts are illustrative as right. We say drafters of contract documents are reminded that general conditions contracts are protected by copyright and trademark and may not be changed without specific written consent, usually in form of a license to amend from FIDIC. If drafters wish to amend provisions found in general conditions, place for doing in you know that drafts contract documents are reminded that the conditions of contracts are protected by copyright. Okay, right, that's okay. Let's go further on. Time for typical sequence of principal events during contracts for EPC turnkey projects. Time for completion is to be stated. Number of days to which extension of time some contracts. Now, time for completion is to be stated in contract data as number of days to which extension of time under such clause. So, then title, no. In order to indicate sequences of events in this diagram based upon example of failing to comply with defects notification periods to be stated in contract data as number of days to depending on type of works, tests after completion may also be required. Now, I was explaining to you something yesterday out of general conditions. I was up to cost. What is cost in that? We know cost. We understand that. All expenditure reasonably incurred ought to be incurred. Wait, where do I find? Contract is represented cost, and cost means all expenditures reasonably incurred or to be incurred by contractors in performing contract, whether go whether on or off site, including taxes, overheads, and similar charges, but does not include profit, where contractor is entitled under sub clause of these conditions to payment of costs which shall be added to contract price. Cost plus profit means cost plus applicable percentage of profit stated in contract data. If not stated, percentage 5. Such profit, such percentage only be added to cancel or prevent contract. Cost, we know, country means country in which work on which site lies located, where permanent works are to be executed. DAB, dispute avoidance or adjudication board, means the sole member of three members as case may be, so named in contract or ultimate. Means agreement signed or deemed to have been, you can say, constitution of DAB and clauses failure to appoint members. This is DAB, the disputes avoidance and adjudication board. DAB agreement and construction. Then we can say that DAB agreement means agreement signed and deemed to have been signed by both parties and sole member or each of three members. As case may be, DAB in accordance with constitution of DAB clause or failure to appoint DAB members. Incorporating by reference general conditions of dispute, reference in general conditions of dispute, avoidance, adjudication, agreement contained in appendix to the general conditions with such amendments and as are agreed. Date of completion means date started in taking over certificate, stated in taking over certificate issued by employer, or if last paragraph taking over works and sections applies. Date on which works are section are deemed to day means the calendar day and day work schedule means document entitled workday or schedule if included in contract showing amounts and manner in then we go to defects notification period. DNP means period for notifying defects and or damage in works or a section for part A and party part of works, you can say, if as case may be completion of outstanding work and remedying defects as stated in contract data, and if not stated 1 year as may be extended. That's extended extension of defects notification period. This period is calculated from date of completion of works or section item. Delay damages means damages for which contractor shall be liable under subclause. Delay damages for failure to comply with subclause time for completion. Dispute means any situation where one party makes a claim against other party, which may be a claim as defined in these conditions or a matter to be determined by employer's representative under these conditions. Now, dispute means what? One party makes a claim against other party, which may be a claim as defined in its conditions, or a matter to be divided and of course, one party makes a claim against other party, which may be a claim as defined in these conditions, or a matter to be determined by employer's representative, or element defining a relation. One party makes a claim against the other party, which may be a claim as defined in these conditions, or a matter to be determined by employer's representative under these conditions or otherwise. Other party, if employer under sub clause employer's representative's determination or otherwise rejects claim in whole or part, and first party does not acquiesce if contractor by giving a NOD under subclause determination. This is a dissatisfaction with employee representative's determination. Otherwise, I repeat this first party does not right. Yes. Then employer means person named as employer in contract, agreement, and legal as successors to legal success in entitled to this person. Mhm. So, employer means person named as employer in contract, agreement, and legal successors. And employer equipment, apparatus, equipment, machinery, construction plant, and or vehicles, if involved, are to be made available by employer for use of contractor. Employer supplied materials and employer's equipment, but does not include plant which may had not been taken over right or under clause employers taking over. Employer's personnel. Employer's personnel means employer's representative, assistant, assistants, other employer's personnel, assistant described, and all other staff, labor, other employees of employers, and if employer's representative engaged in fulfilling employer's obligations under contract, and other personnel whosoever identified as employer's personnel by a notice from It's gone, I think. Now let's see. I think it's still working, so it's okay. Let's go and see it's working list. So employer's personal, we have seen that. Seen means employer's representative, assistant, or we have employer's representative. We have seen employer's requirements, his documents entitled employer's requirements as included in a contract, and the additions and modifications to such document in accordance with contract. Such document describes the purpose for which works are intended, and specific key personnel, if as such scope and design and other performance, technical and evaluation criteria for works. Employers applied materials. Means materials to be supplied by employer, contractor under clause employers supplied material and employers equipment. Now means employer supplied materials to be supplied by employer to contractor, that is under relevant clause employer supplied and employer's equipment. Employer supply materials. Exceptional event means event or circumstance. It's defined in subclause exceptional event. Extension of time or EOT means an extension of time or completion under sub-contents issue contract. E is 8 amendments so far. FIDIC means organization, and final statement means statement defined, and foreign currency means currency in which part of contract for price is payable but not local currency. And general conditions means this document entitled conditions of contract, EPC, turnkey projects. Goods means contractor's equipment, materials, plant and temporary works, or any of them as appropriate. Joint venture means joint venture association, consortium, or other unincorporated grouping of two or more persons. Yet Mm. Ah, joint venture undertaking means letter provided to employer as part of tender setting out legal undertaking between two or more persons constituting contractor as joint venture. This letter be signed and by all persons and all employers. Then each each such member's undertaking is to be jointly and severally liable to employer for performance of contractors' obligations under contract. Identification and authorization of ten leader of JV joint venture and identification of separate scope or, or part of works and identification of separate scope or works be carried out by each member of joint venture. Key personnel means possession if required of contractors personnel other than contractors representative that are stated in specification. The, the laws means all national or state or provincial legislation, statutes, acts, decrees, rules, ordinances, so others, treaties, basics, treaties, international law and other laws, regulations and bylaws of whatever legally constitute public authority. Local currency is currency of country. Materials means things of kinds other than plant, whether on site, otherwise allocated to contract and intended to form or forming part of permanent works. Now contract, that's okay. Matches you have seen, then what you see means things of coins. Then month is calendar month, Gregorian calendar, and no objection means employer has no objection to contractors' documents or other documents submitted by contractor under these conditions. Yeah. And such contractors documents in the form of treasury. Then, and such contractors' documents or other documents may be used for works. A notice means written communication identified as a notice and issued in accordance with notices and other communications provision. Notice is notice of dissatisfaction or nor in a day. Uh, uh, then you can say notice of dissatisfaction means notice one party may give to other party if it is dissatisfied either with employer's representative determination under agreement or determination clause or with a DAP's decision under subclause obtaining DAP's decision. After that, now particular conditions means document entitled particular conditions of contract included in contract which consists of part A, contract data, and part B, special provisions. And you can say party means employer or contractor. Parties means both employer and contractor. Performance certificate. Performance certificate means certificate issued by employer or deemed to be issued under performance of here. Then you can say performance damage. Performance damages means damages to be paid by contractor to employer for failure to achieve guaranteed performance of plant or works or any part of works as case may be, and then performance guarantee. Then we can say damages we know here now, which means that damages to be paid by contractor to employer for failure to achieve guaranteed performance of our plant or works or any part of works, as case may be, as set out in schedule of performance guarantee. And performance security means security under performance security, and permanent works means works of permanent nature which are to be executed by contractor on the ground under contract. Plant means apparatus, equipment, machinery, and vehicles, including any component. So, plant means apparatus, equipment, machinery, and vehicles, including components, whether on site or otherwise. allocated to uh, and then we can say program means a detailed time program prepared and submitted by contractor which employer has given or deemed to have given a notice on no objection or some no objection as program it is. Provisional sum means of if any which is specified in contract by employer as provisional sum for execution of any part of work or for supply of plant materials or services under subclause provisional sums. QM system, quality management system. Contractor's quality management systems may be updated or revised from time to time in accordance with subclause quality management system. And retention money. Retention money means accumulated retention monies which employer retains, application for interim payment, and the release of retention money. Review means examination, consideration by employer of a contractor's submission in order to assess whether and to what extent it complies with contract and or with contractor's obligations under or in connection with contract. Schedules which is documents entitled schedules prepared by employer, completed by contractor as it is to tender and included in contract. Such documents may include data, lists and schedules of payment and or rates of and percentage. Then schedule of performance guarantees means documents entitled schedule of performance guarantees in schedules showing guarantees required by employer for performance of works and or plant or any part of works and stating applicable performance damages payable in event of failure to attain any of guaranteed performance. I repeat, schedule of performance guarantee may be new for those who waste. Means documents entitled schedule of performance guarantees. In schedules showing guarantees required by employer for performance of works and of plant or part of works as case may be, and stating applicable performance damages payable in event of failure to attain any of generated performances. Schedule of rates and prices means documents entitling schedule of rates and prices in schedules. Section is part of works specified contract data as section. Site means places where permanent works are to be executed and to which plant and materials are to be delivered. That sense of Then site we have known means place where permanent works are to be executed and to which plant and metals are to be delivered, and whatever other places specified in contract as forming part of site. The special provisions means document if required entitled special provisions which constitute part B of particular condition, and statements means statement submitted by contractor as part of application for payment under clause application for interim payments, statement of completion, statement at completion, and final statement. So interim payment as a statement, statement at completion, or sub final statement. Subcontractor means the person, whatever person named in contract as a subcontractor or person appointed by contractor as subcontractor or designer for part of works, and legal successors entitled to each of these persons. Taking over certificate means the certificate issued to be issued by employer in accordance with clause 10F. You can say taking over certificate means certificate issued or deemed to be issued by employer in accordance with clause 10, employers taking over. Temporary works means all temporary works of every kind other than contractor's equipment required on site for execution of works. Tender. Tender means contractor signed offer for works. Joint venture undertaking if applicable, and all documents which contractor submitted with tender other than these conditions, schedules, and employees requirements if so submitted as included in contract. Test and completion means test, if any, which are stated in specific and which are carried out in accordance with special provisions afterwards, or a section as case may be, are taken over under clause employers taking over. Test and completion means tests which are specified in contract or agreed by both parties or instructed as variation, and which are carried out under clause test and completion before works of a section as case may be are taken over under clause 10, employers taking over. And time for completion means time for completion, or time completion means completing whole works, completing all works or section as case may be under subclause 8.2, time for completion. Time for completion means time for completing works or a second or section under time for completion clause is stated in contact data and as as may be extended under extension of time of clause calculated from commencement date. Unforeseeable means not reasonable foreseeable by an experienced contractor by base date. Variation means any change to works which is instructed as variation under clause variation and adjustments. Works means permanent works and temporary works, or either of them as appropriate. Years means 365 days. And legal clarification is very important, is generally given. Words indicating one gender include all genders, and he or his, she or his. So words indicating one gender includes other gender, all genders. For example, he and she, he, his, and himself shall read as he, she, us, his, her, himself, herself. Words indicating singular also include plural, and words indicating plural also include singular. Provisions including words agree, agreed, or agreement require agreement to be recorded in writing. Written or in writing means handwritten, typewritten, printed, or electronically made, and resulting in permanent records. May means that party or person referred to has choice of whether to act or not to in matter referred to. May means that party or person referred to has choice of whether or to act or to Shall means a party or person referred to has an obligation under contract to perform duty referred to. Consent means that employer or contractor, as case may be, agrees to, gives permission for requested matter, includes shall be interpreted as not being limited to or qualified by stated items that follow. Words indicating persons or parties shall be interpreted as not being limited to or qualified by stated items that follow, including includes shall be interpreted as not being limited to or qualified by stated items that follow. Words indicating persons or parties shall be interpreted as referring to natural and legal persons, including corporations and other legal entities, and execute works or execution of works means design, construction, completion of works, and remedying of any defects. In any list in these conditions where second last item of list is followed by and or and or, then in any of these conditions where second last item of list is followed by and or or and or, then all of these list items going before this item shall also be read as if they are followed by and or and or, as case may be. Marginal words and other headings shall not be taken into consideration in interpretation of these conditions. Wherever these conditions provide for giving of a notice including a notice of dissatisfaction or issuing, providing, sending, submitting or transmitting of another type of communication, including acceptance, acknowledgement, advising, agreement, approval, certificate, claim, consent, decision, determination, discharge, instruction, no objection, records of meeting, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, statement, submission, or whatever other similar type of communication. Notice or other communication shall be in writing, and I repeat, where these conditions provide for giving of a notice, including a notice of dissatisfaction or issuing, providing, sending, submitting or transmitting of another type of communication, including acceptance, acknowledgement, advising, agreement, approval, certificate, claim, consent, decision, determination, discharge, instruction, no objection, records of meeting, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, statement, submission, or whatever other similar type of communication. Notice or other communication shall be in writing and shall be a paper original signed by contractor's representative or employer's representative, as case may be, or an electronic original generated from any of systems of electronic transmission stated in contract data. If not stated, and systems acceptable to employer where electronic original is transmitted by electronic address uniquely assigned to each of such authorized representatives, or both as stated in these conditions, and if it is notice, it shall be identified as a notice. If it is another form of communication, it shall be identified as such and include reference to provisions of contract under which it is stated is issued wherever appropriate. Delivered by hand against receipt, or sent by mail or courier against receipt, or transmitted using any of systems of electronic transmission under subparagraph A to above, and delivered, sent or transmitted to address for recipient's communication as stated in contract data. However, if other communications shall be delivered accordingly after senders receive such notice, where these conditions state that a notice of dissatisfaction, notice of dissatisfaction or other communication is to be delivered, given, issued, provided, sent, submitted or transmitted, it shall have effect when it is received or deemed to have been received at recipient's current address under subparagraph above. An electronically transmitted notice or other communication is deemed to have been received on day after transmission, provided no non-delivery notification was received by sender. All notices and all other types of communication referred to above shall not be unreasonably withheld or delayed. When a notice of dissatisfaction is issued, notice of dissatisfaction is issued by a party or employer's representative, paper and or electronic original shall be sent to intended recipient, and a copy shall be sent to employer's representative or other party, as case may be. All other communications shall be copied to parties and or employer's representatives as stated under these conditions or elsewhere in contract. Contract shall be governed by law of country or other jurisdiction stated in contract data, if not stated, law of country excluding any contract conflict of law rules. Ruling language of contract shall be that stated in contract data, if not stated, language of these conditions, if there are versions of any part of contract which are written in more than one language, version which is in ruling language shall prevail. Language for communications shall be that stated in contract data. If no language is stated, their language for communication shall be ruling language of contract. Documents forming contract are to be taken as mutually explanatory of one another. If there is any conflict, ambiguity or discrepancy, priority of documents shall be in accordance with following sequence. Contract agreement minded, number 1, then particular conditions, part A, that is contract data, and particular conditions, part B, that is special provisions. These general conditions and then employer's requirements schedules, tender, joint venture undertaking, if contractor is GV, and any other documents part of contract. If a party if a party finds an ambiguity or discrepancy in these documents, that party shall promptly give a notice to other party describing ambiguity or discrepancy. After giving or receiving such a notice, our employer shall issue notice necessary clarification or instruction. Contract shall come into full force and effect on date stated in contract agreement. Cost of stamp duties and similar charges, if required, imposed by law in connection with entry into contract agreement, shall be borne by employer. If contractor comprises a joint venture, authorized representative of each member of joint venture shall sign contract agreement. Neither party shall assign whole or any part of contract or any benefit or interest in or under contract. However, either party may assign whole or any part of contract with prior agreement of other party at sole discretion of such other party, and may as security in favor of the bank or financial institution assign parties right to any monies due or to become due under contract without prior agreement of other party. Each of contract's document shall be in custody and care of contractor unless and until submitted to employer. Contractor shall supply to employer one paper original and one electronic copy in form as specified in employer's requirements, or if not stated, a form applicable to employer, and additional paper copies if required as stated in contract data of each of contractor's document. Contractor shall keep at all times on site a copy of contract records under 610 contractors records and subclause temporary records. Publications, if required, name in employer's requirements, contractors' documents and variations, notices and other communications given under contract. Employer's personnel shall have right of access to all these documents during all normal working hours or as otherwise agreed with contractor. If a party becomes aware of an error or defect, whether of a technical nature or otherwise, in a document which was prepared by or on behalf of contractor for use in execution of works, party shall promptly give a notice of such error or defect to other party. Contractor shall then promptly rectify error or defect at contractor's risks and cost. As between parties, contractor shall retain copyright and other intellectual property rights in contracts documents and other designs documents made by on behalf of contractor. Contractor shall be deemed by signing contract agreement to give employer a non-terminable, transferable, non-exclusive, royalty-free license to copy, use and communicate contractor's documents and such other design documents, including making and using modifications of them. This license shall apply throughout actual or intended operational life whichever is longer, and the longer of relevant parts of works. Entitled person, whatever person in proper possession of relevant parts of works to copy, use and communicate contractors' documents and such other design documents for purposes of completing, operating, maintaining, altering, adjusting, repairing, demolishing works in case of contractors' documents and such other design documents which are in form of electronic or digital files, computer programs and other software permits their use on any computer on site and or at locations of employer and employer's representative and or at home, other places as envisaged by contract. In event of termination of contract, termination for contractor's default, entitle employer to copy, use and communicate contractor's documents and other design documents made by or for contractor. Under subclause termination for employer's convenience, termination by contractor, or subclause optional termination, entitle employer to copy, use and communicate contractor's documents for which contractor has received payment for purpose of completing works and other or arranging for other entities to do so. Contractors' documents, other design documents made by or behalf of contractor shall not, without contractor's prior consent, be used, copied or communicated to a third party by or on behalf of employer for purposes other than those permitted under this subclause. Sorry. Just a minute, please. I'll be back soon. I'm back soon. With slide here. This is about EPC contracting, and this is not easy one, a problematic one. Problem is since you need experienced people to attend such works, such documents to understand. It's not easy, but everybody, it's total work here, and it sees continuously as if, contractors use of employers document. Contractors use of employers document. As between parties, employers shall retain copyright and other intellectual property rights in employers' requirements and other documents made by on behalf of employer. Contractor may at contractor's cost copy, use and communicate these documents for purposes of contract. These documents, in whole or in part, shall not, without employer's prior consent, be copied, used or communicated to a third party by contractor, except as necessary for purposes of contract. Then confidentiality. Let us see this very important one. Confidentiality. Contractor shall disclose all such confidential and other information as employer may reasonably require in order to verify contractor's compliance with contract. Contractor shall treat all documents forming contract as confidential, except to extent necessary to carry out subcontractor's obligations under contract. Contract shall not publish, permit to be published, or disclose any particulars of contract in any trade or technical paper or elsewhere without employer's prior consent. Employer and employer's personnel shall treat all information provided by contractor and mark it confidential as confidential. Employer and employer's personnel shall not disclose or permit to be disclosed any such information to third parties except as may be necessary when exercising employer's rights under termination for contractor's default. A party's obligation of confidentiality under this subclause shall not apply where information was already in that party's possession without an obligation of confidentiality before receipt from other party becomes generally available to public through no breach of these conditions, is lawfully obtained by party from a third party which is not bound by an obligation of confidentiality. Confidentiality. It's such a clause, confidentiality, though it's given only in half paragraph by this explanation, but it is different one. Confidentiality, something we cannot tell others. You understand that? It's like classified document. It's like secret document. Means it's not one or two. It can be very long document. It can be in hundreds and thousands of pages. Confidentiality. both parties confidentiality, means employer's confidentiality as well as contractor's confidentiality. Now, what is confidentiality? Question arises. What is confidentiality? Why it is confident? Why it is confident? Why it is confidential for public, for others? Because first of all, it is technology. Number one, and technology is devised by some company is having patent or design rights. Even designs cannot be declared to everybody because designs are based on technology. And whatever conditions we have which are very particular, those also cannot be declared to everybody until it is public issue. It's question demanded by people or demanded by law. Every project is different and contents of project are not that light that everybody can share until this is made public. There are many big projects all over the world. Prohibited area projects can say where particular coordinates are allotted or given to very sensible areas. There could be anything. Communication projects, atomic projects, whatsoever, where confidentiality must be maintained at very highest level. Even though these may not be original coordinates, plant coordinates, it could be whatever it is, must be maintained under secrecy. Secrecy of information, secrecy of technology, secrecy of design, secrecy of specifications, because specification itself constitute part of designs. And there may be many more, feed documents in them, design documents, feed documents, and procedural documents, or you can say technology documents. This all cannot be given to everybody. And if there is a specialist party at lower tier of contractor or employer, which of course requires such documents, such information under contract, they can be given, whereas all conditions which are applicable to employer and contractor, whatever conditions are applicable to them mutually given by each other to each party, those conditions automatically apply to that extent which other party at lower tier and contracts, subcontracts can share those information on the same conditions as this main contractor and employer are bound on, and binding exist on both at least until 10 years post completion of contracts. 10, it's 10 I'm saying, it differs, it can be more also, because every plant works for 30 years, performs according to minimum is I think 30 years, so this may also extend to 30 years, though by that time that technology be obsolete and new comes, so people don't bother about that. Every technologies keep on changing, designs keep on changing, so when it is for 20 years, 25 means people don't care for that. So in fact 10 years is very important period for maintaining secrecy, confidentiality. I'm just trying to explain to you how this confidentiality works. I still remember one instant when I was a third party member, and we were visit on site. There was a question to me when some call came to came to our project engineer, government project engineer from some reporting company. I like BBC. I'm not exactly saying BBC. I don't know which one it was, but this project engineer requested me to advise if there were question from that TV channels that they wanted documents about this contract. Should we give? I told him not to give anything. That is how to answer, because this is public reporting channel. No problem. You have every contract has confidentiality clause. You simply say we are bound by confidentiality clause. Though we are employer, but we are bound by contractor's document clause. We can give our document, that's nothing, but we EPC contract, and our document not much valuable except cost and everything else. But actually, it was a question whether work done was according to requirements or not, and that design was being done by contractors or EPC contractor. So, employer had got no right to share secrecy of documents with a third party or third non-contractual party, and that was this supporting. So if I told them, tell them, if you want to see anything, site is open to you, you come and see, but to an extent these documents are concerned, we cannot give anything. And if you apply to contractor and the contractor finds, okay, no problem, we'll give, and contractor itself will give, means that's supply give. After all, it is confidentiality. It is something, it's like a life of some company which cannot be shared by everyone. So that is very important point. Means, so I repeat again, it says explanation is as of extreme importance, because without such explanation it's not easy to understand. If you might have a chance to see these design documents, you may be, of course everybody cannot have that chance. Those engineers who work on contracts, who work in bidding, or who deal with such kind of contracts, and that too at very high level, it's not at low level. If you are very low level engineer, junior engineer or technical engineer or site supervisor, maybe you don't have access to those documents, but your level of construction manager, project manager, or project director, then you will have every chance to access to this direct whole documents from feed and from feasible report, all that. So you might have come to a lot of information, knowledge augmentation, knowledge enrichment actually, and this is also one of those. And you must know that secrecy or confidential documents are official secrets of someone. And of course, if you give or release them or declare them without permission, it shall amount to breach of contract. Criminal breach, you may say. So be careful. Means you cannot simply. It's like money, It's like a draft. I mean, you can't give to anybody. You can't give to anyone, because whoever did this job, whoever worked on this design or technology, it's question of royalty. It's question of money. It's question of so much. A license cannot be given. Even if you're not a license, you're just telling. It's like license. You're telling something. You are stealing information. You steal information, and give to the other party. So this is a kind of violation of contract conditions. So let us see what it says. Contractor shall, I repeat, contractors shall disclose all such confidential and other information as employee may reasonably require in order to verify contractor's compliance with contract. Contractor shall treat all documents forming contract as confidential, except to extent necessary to carry out contractor's obligations under contract. Contractor shall not permit to be published, or disclose any particulars of contract in whatever trade or technical paper, or elsewhere without employer's prior consent. Employer and employer's personnel shall treat all information provided by contractor and marked confidential as confidential. Employer and employer's personnel shall not disclose or permit to be disclosed any such information to third parties except as may be necessary when when exercising employer's rights under subclause termination for contractor's default. A party's application of confidentiality under subclause shall not apply where information was already in that party's possession without an obligation of confidentiality before receipt from other party becomes generally available to public through no breach of these conditions or is lawfully obtained by party from a third party which is not bound by an obligation of confidentiality. Complies with laws. You know what it said actually. If this you go to interpretation of this, you see, say I'm an EPC contractor, let's say, and I am actually, you can say, even if I am EPC, it means I am a designer as well. I am a designer as well, and I am main contractor, both main contractor and designer. So I am not fully empowered to do every work. There are so many disciplines that I depend on other parties, my junior parties, disciplinary parties, and I engage them in contractual capacity as subcontractors or sub-vendors. These contractors must get documents which are relevant to them, and there is no breach of security in that case, which is confidentiality, because if they are approved sub-vendors, subcontractors, they become party to contract. My contract, they become part of my contract with government or with someone else who's there, this a company. They also become my friends, my sharer. So when I give this information to an approved shortlisted subcontractor, they can share it with their subcontractors, so their follow-up subcontractors. Only that part, and that too they will maintain same kind of confidentiality and secrecy clause as I do, as my subcontractor does, and that party must do, or else it's breach of contract. So relevant conditions which are already there in main contract transmit automatically to other person who is junior, and then to next one if it is. So it is uniformly applied to everybody. This is for contracting companies with confidentiality, whereas employers' confidentiality also is maintained by contractor, and employer has to maintain everything as contractor gives, and it must be given. So confidentiality is very different type of issue. We must have. We can think ourselves. We can later on also talk about this. Compliance with laws. There can be no way they don't comply with law. It have to. You have to. You have to comply with law. There's no question you can't. It's mandatory. It is. So contractor and employer shall, in performing contract, comply with all applicable laws otherwise stated in employer's requirements. You have to. Employer shall have obtained or shall obtain planning. Employer shall have obtained or shall obtain planning, zoning or building permit or similar permits, permissions, licenses, and or approvals for permanent works, and whatever other permits, permissions, licenses and or approvals described in employer's requirements as having been or being obtained by employer. Employer shall indemnify and hold contractor harmless against and from consequences of whatever delay or failure to do so, unless failure is caused by contractor's failure to comply with subparagraph as given now. Contractor, now B is in C, I'll talk about this. Contractor shall give all notices, pay all taxes. Contractor shall give all notices, pay all taxes, duties and fees, and obtain all other permits, permissions, licenses and or approvals as required by laws in relation to execution of works. Contractor shall indemnify and hold employer harmless. Contractor shall indemnify and hold employer harmless against and from consequences of whatever failure to do so, unless the failure is caused by employer's failure to comply with assistance. C, now we are talking about, as we said, contract's failure to comply with subparagraph. Now, within times stated in employer's requirements, contract shall provide such assistance and all documentation as described in employer's requirements or otherwise reasonably required by employer, so as to allow employer to obtain whatever permit, permission, licenses or approval under subparagraph above, and contractor shall comply with all permits, permissions, licenses and or approvals obtained by employer under subparagraph above. If having complied with subparagraph above, contractor suffers delay or incurs cost delays and or incurs cost as a result of employer's delay or failure to obtain any permit, permission, license or approval under subparagraph above, contract shall be entitled subject to claims for payment and or EOT and or payment of such cost plus profit. If employer incurs additional costs as a result of contractor's failure, comply with subparagraph C and D and B above, provided that employer shall have complied with assistance. Employer shall be entitled subject to subclause 22 claims for payment EOT, payment of these costs by contractors. Joint and several liability. Joint and several liability. If contractor is a joint venture, member of joint venture shall be jointly and severally liable to employer for performance of contractor's obligations under contract. Again, I say, member of joint venture shall be jointly and severally liable to employer for performance of contractor's obligations under contract. Joint venture leader shall have authority to bind contractor and each member of JV. Neither members nor, if known, scope and parts of works to be carried out by each member, nor legal status of which shall be altered. Neither members or neither members nor the scope and parts of works to be carried out joint venture leaders shall have authority to bind the contractor and each member of joint venture, and neither member nor if known scope and parts of works to be carried out by each member, nor legal status of JV shall be altered without prior consent of employer, but such consent shall not be withheld, shall not relieve altered JV from any liability under subparagraph above. Then limitation of liability. Now neither party shall be liable to other party for loss of use of whatever works, loss of profit, loss of whatever contract, or for any direct, indirect or consequential losses or damages which may be suffered by other party in connection with contract other than under. Delay damages, then variation by instruction, payment after termination for employer's convenience, payment and termination by contractor, intellectual and industrial property rights. First paragraph, and that is indemnities by contractor, indemnities by employer, total liability of contractor to employer under or in connection with contract other than employer supplied materials and employer's equipment, temporary utilities, intellectual and industrial property rights, and under first paragraph of indemnities by contractor shall not exceed sum stated in contract data, or if a sum is not so stated, contract price stated in contract agreement. Subclause shall not limit liability in any case of fraud, gross negligence, deliberate default, or reckless misconduct by defaulting party. Contract termination, subject to whatever mandatory requirements under government undergoing laws of contract, termination of contract under any subclause of these conditions shall require no action of whatsoever kind by either party other than stated in subclause. Employer, right of access to site. Employer, now we are talking of what employer about. Employer shall give contractor right of access to and possession of all parts of site within time or times stated in contract data. Right and possession may not be exclusive to contractors. If under contract, employer is required to give to contractor possession of whatever foundation, structure, plant, or means of access Employer shall do so in time and manner stated in employer's requirements. However, employer may withhold whatever such right or possession until performance security has been received. In no such time, in no such time, if no such time is stated in contract data, employer shall give contractor right of access to and possession of site with effect from commencement date. If contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost as a result of failure by employer to give any such right or possession within such time, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause claims for payment and EOT, extension of time and payment of such cost plus profit. However, if and to extent that employer's failure was caused by any error, by whatever error, or delay by contractor, including an error in or delay in submission of and of applicable contractors' documents, contractor shall not be entitled to such EOT or extension of time and or cost plus profit. If under contract, employer is required to give contractor possession of any foundation, structure, plant or means of access in accordance with contractor's documents, contractor shall submit such contractor's documents to employer in time and manner stated in employer's requirements. Assistance. If requested by contractor, employer shall promptly provide reasonable assistance to contractor so as to allow contractor to obtain 1. Copies of laws of country which are relevant to contract but are not readily available, and any or whatever permissions, licenses or approvals required by laws of country, including information required to be submitted by contractor in order to obtain such permits. Permission, licenses or approvals which contractor is required to obtain under subclause compliance with laws for delivery of goods, including clearance through customs and for export of contractors' equipment. Now, for delivery of goods, you see, including clearance through customs and for export of contractors' equipment when it is removed from site. Employers, personal and other contractors. Employer shall be responsible for ensuring that employers' personal and employers' other contractors, if whatever on or near site, cooperate with contractors' efforts under subclause cooperation and comply with same obligations which contractor is required to comply with under subparagraph health and safety obligations and under subclause protection of environment. Contractor may require employer to remove or cause to be removed whatever person of employer's personal or or of employer's other contractors who is found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, and collusive, I can say, collusive or coercive practice. Employers' financial arrangements. Very important clause, though it may not be convinced by someone, but it's very important. Employers' arrangement for financing employers' obligations under contract shall be detailed in contract data. This must be. Employer intends to make whatever material change affecting employer's ability to pay part of contract price remaining to be paid at that time as estimated by employer, or these financial arrangements, or has to do so because of changes in employer's financial situation. Employer shall immediately give a notice to contractor with detailed supporting particulars. Now, if contractor receives an instruction to execute a variation with the price greater than 10% of contract. Get it? Receives an instruction to execute a variation, say this, or it says, if contractor receives an instruction to execute a variation with a price greater than the 10% of contract price stated in contract agreement, or accumulated total of variations exceed 30% of contract price stated in contract agreement, does not receive payment in accordance with subclause payment, becomes aware of a material change in the employer's financial arrangements of which contractor has not received a notice under this subclause, contractor may request and employer shall within 28 days after receiving this request provide reasonable evidence that financial arrangements have been made and are being maintained, which shall enable employer to pay part of a contract price remaining to be paid at that time as estimated by employer. Site data and items of reference. Site data and items of reference. Employer shall have made available to contractor for information before base date all relevant data in employer's possession on topography of site and on subsurface, hydrological, climatic and environmental conditions at site. Employer shall promptly make available to contractor all such data which comes into employer's possession after base date. And base date, date of closing tender minus 28 days. Remember this for the day which you close your tender is 28 days before that date starts this date. Base date. Employer shall have no responsibility for accuracy, sufficiency, or completeness of such data and items of reference except as stated in general design obligations. Then employer supplied materials and employer's equipment. Employer supplied materials and or employer's equipment are listed in employer's requirements for contractors' use in execution of works. Employer shall make such materials and or equipment available to contractor in accordance with details, times, arrangements, rates, and prices stated in employer's requirements. If employer supplied materials and or employer's equipment are listed in employer's requirements for contractors' use in execution of works, employer shall make such materials and or equipment available to contractor in accordance with details, times, arrangements, rates, and prices stated in employer's requirements. Contractor shall be responsible for each item of employer's equipment whilst whatever contractor's person is operating it, driving it, directing it, using it, or in control of it. Employer's administration. Employer's administration. Employer's administration. Employer shall appoint employer's representative who, except as otherwise stated in these conditions, shall be deemed to act on employer's behalf under contract. Employer's representative shall be vested with and unless and until employer notifies contractor, otherwise shall be deemed to have full authority of employer under contract except in respect of clause termination by employer. Again, I repeat it. Employer's representative shall be vested with and unless and until employer notifies contractor, otherwise shall be deemed to have full authority of employer under contract except in respect of clause termination by employer. Employer's representative, or if a legal entity, natural person appointed to act on its behalf, shall carry out duties assigned to him or her and exercise authority delegated to it by employer. When I say it, means him and her. Be it competent to carry out these duties and exercise this authority. Act like a skilled professional and be fluent in ruling language defined in subclause law and language. When employer's representative is a legal entity, employer's representative shall give a notice to parties of natural person or any replacement appointed and authorized to act on its behalf. Authority shall not take effect until this notice has been received by both parties. Employer's representative shall similarly give a notice of any revocation of such authority. If employer wishes to replace a person appointed as employer's representative, employer shall not less than 14 days before intended date of replacement, give a notice to contractor of replacement, name, address, duties and authority, and of date of appointment. Employer shall not replace employer's representative with a person, whether a legal entity or a natural person, against whom contractor has raised reasonable objection by a notice under this clause. Employers, other employers' personal, other personal. Employer or employer's representative may from time to time assign duties and delegate authority to assistants, and may also revoke such assignment or delegation by giving a notice to contractor of name, assigned duties and delegated authority of assistants. Assignment, delegation or revocation, assignment, delegation or revocation shall not take effect until this notice has been received by contractor. However, employer's representative shall not delegate authority to act under agreement or determination, issue a notice to correct under notice to correct. Assistants shall be suitably qualified natural persons who are competent to carry out these duties and exercise this authority, and who are fluent in language for communications under law and language. Delegated persons. Delegated persons, cancel what time is left, let's see. All persons, including employer's representative and assistants, all persons including employer's representative and assistants to whom duties have been assigned or authority has been delegated by notice of delegation given under employer's representative or subclause other employer's personnel, as case may be, shall only be authorized to issue instructions and communications and or to give notices to contractors to extent defined by notice of delegation. As acceptance, agreement, approval, check, certificate, comment, consent, disapproval, examination, inspection, instruction, notice, no objection, records of meeting, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, test, valuation or similar act, including absence of any such act, by a delegated person in accordance with notice of delegation shall have same effect as though act had been an act of employer. However, I read this once again, it's very important. If you're going further, maybe I close after this. All persons, including employer's representative and assistants to whom duties have been assigned or authority has been delegated by a notice of delegation given under subclause employer's representative or subclause other employers or personal, as case may be, shall only be authorized to issue instructions and communications and or to give notices to contractor to extent defined by notice of delegation. Any acceptance, agreement, approval, check, certificate, comment, consent, disapproval, examination, inspection, instruction, notice, no objection, records of meeting, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, test, valuation, or similar act, including absence of whatever such act by a delegated person in accordance with notice of delegation shall have same effect as though act had been an act of employer. However, unless otherwise stated in delegated person's communication relating to such act, which shall not relieve contractor from whatever duty, obligation, or responsibility contractor has under or in connection with contract. If contractor questions, instruction, communication, or notice given by delegated person, contractor may by giving a notice refers in matter to employer. Employer shall be deemed to have confirmed such instruction, communication, or notice. If employer does not respond within 7 days after receiving the contractor's note, reversing or varying delegated person's instruction, communication, or notice. Instructions. Let's say I think it's 9 to I should close it now. So, my dear friends, we were going through this EPC program, and already 4 hours gone, and of course we should continue next one. It's for everybody to understand about this topic. This is for construction, FIDIC. This is silver, and of course my certification. So we have to understand all this very well. I will take up this issue. I think you might have got interest in EPC contracts because this is very different when compared to engineering. But it's a must as well, because if you deal with very mega projects in future, multidisciplinary projects in future on doing assignment, and if you don't have knowledge about this, then you stand only isolated engineer for a whole term. And you know what it happens. Well, I'll continue later on. I'll keep it off now.